After a grueling 3 rounds, our final competitors take the stage poised with the opportunity to inspire. 6 pianists remain, each making a statement from the stage of Bass Hall through 2 concerti with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Marin Alsop. This is the 17th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us and welcome to the final day of the 17th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. We're broadcasting live from Bass Performance Hall in Fort Worth, Texas. After weeks of competition, after performances that have pushed them beyond their limits, 3 pianists will step onto the stage for the final time, knowing that when the last note fades, the jury will vote on who leaves as a medalist. Welcome in. I'm Buddy Bray.
I'm Elizabeth Joy Rowe. The weight of this final day is undeniable, and for these competitors, this is the culmination of a lifetime of work. Now it all comes down to these last performances. Vitaly Starikov, Carter Johnson, and Philipp Lynov return for their second and last concerto of the round.
We began with 28 of the world's most exceptional young pianists, each bringing their own artistry and vision to this stage. Now, after weeks of breathtaking performances, only 6 competitors remain, and they have earned their place in this final round.
Ahead of us are the final 3 concerto performances of the entire competition. By the end of tonight, each finalist will have performed 2 concertos in this final round, collaborating with celebrated conductor Marin Alsop and the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra.
Watch every moment this afternoon live at cliburn.org, and you can follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram for exclusive content, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time highlights as the medalists begin to emerge. The stage is set, the pressure is real, and the journey toward gold continues now.
Our first pianist today is 30-year-old Vitaly Starikov, who delivered a riveting rendition of the Bartók Second Piano Concerto on Wednesday evening. He is about to perform the Schumann Piano Concerto. Let's get reacquainted with Vitaly Starikov.
When I'm performing on stage, I'm trying to put myself in a trance, and kind of, you are not in your body, but you just starting to feel the spirit of music or of the composer. In 2022, I was eliminated after the first round. Of course, I was disappointed, but at the same time, it gave me a lot of food for my brain to change something in my approach, to change something in my programming. If you can get from this experience something very helpful, that's really important. I hope to bring as much as I can the joyful energy to the audience. I mean, everything goes a little bit beyond of your control. That's good actually, because I love this atmosphere when you are on concert, when you're playing on stage and before the audience, so there is always kind of a magic. I think you just need to try as much as you can to stay with your vision, with your conception of the piece, but just let the music play itself.
Up next, Vitaly Starikov will return to the stage here at Bass Performance Hall to perform Schumann's Piano Concerto in A minor, Opus 54. You know, listening to that biographical profile, it's clear that Vitaly was very mindful about programming for this competition, and it's such a fascinating pair to see Bartók, too, and the Schumann Concerto in this final round. I think it's actually very smart.
Mm-hmm. Very strategic, and the 2 pieces could not be more dissimilar, right? The Bartók, particularly in the outer movements, are really concerned with toccata, basically. And in the inside, that's one of those night music movements. But the Schumann is concerned more with lyricism than with anything else.
Absolutely.
It shows a whole different side.
Yes, it's essentially a large-scale fantasy. It's all about the sort of romantic and rhapsodic poetry. There's so much of Robert's love for Clara, his wife, embedded in that piece, and it will be interesting to see if Vitaly can really tap into that spirit. And also, as well, the sort of diametrical opposites of, Florestan and Eusebius, which Schumann is so famed for.
I think also, I've always had this theory about Schumann that there was sort of a public-facing Schumann in his music and a private-facing Schumann in his music. And I've always thought the piano concerto was more of a public-facing piece. It's a piece he wrote with the intention that it would be consumed by a large audience. I'm not so sure about pieces like Chrysleriana or the late fantasy pieces and stuff like that, whether he ever thought those would be consumed by a large audience, or even Humoresque that Evan played earlier in the competition.
But especially that last movement, which is just so charismatic and triumphant, and I think Vitaly is just going to do a brilliant job with that. But my favorite is the first movement. I mean, this is where you get the soul of Robert Schumann.
It's hard to beat, isn't it? Especially that middle part where it goes into A flat and it just becomes this nocturne. It's so gorgeous.
Glorious.
And then the second movement, that dialogue, that just sort of very perky dialogue, and then that intermezzo in the middle, which is so amazing. And then when we get to the last movement and all that syncopation, a little bit tricky for the orchestra, it's always interesting to see how a conductor will handle that.
Well, Marin Alsop is a supreme professional. She has been so excellent at tapping into the spirit of each concerto throughout this competition, but also each pianist.
I think she's just the ideal conductor for the Cliburn because she is such a support to these kids. And I think she feels that that is her primary role here, is to be a support. Remember how she was with Yun Chan in the last competition. She actually had tears in her eyes after he finished playing, but it was all about him.
Exactly.
And I think she's like that with all the contestants. The orchestra has, of course, enjoyed working with we have a top flight conductor, but it's always nice to see another one. Vitaly giving us that big smile that he's sort of famous for. He seems to have a different sort of process backstage.
I mean, he just seems like he's a very grounded person, and he approaches each performance with a sort of a confidence. He looks as relaxed as one can be in this final round of a major international piano competition.
He really does. He really does. There's, the other thing about the Schumann, I find that it is a little underrated amongst pianists who have not played it, because the pianist never stops, especially in the last movement. It's a lot. Vitaly Starikov coming on stage at Bass Performance Hall in Fort Worth to play the Schumann Piano Concerto with Marin Alsop and the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra at the last day of this 2025 Cliburn competition. Vitaly's glad to be through with playing for just, a couple of hours or so.
And I love seeing the hug between Vitaly and Carter Johnson, our next competitor. They are classmates at the Yale School of Music, and I believe they have played some piano duo music together, and it's lovely to see moments of friendship and humanity.
Carter Johnson, we just mentioned, we want you to get reacquainted with him.
It's been many weeks of always worrying about the next round that you're playing. At some point, your mind starts to disintegrate, and you have to work really hard to keep that from happening. I have to coach myself into reminding myself that it is about committing to the music, committing to sharing in the music what you want to show people, committing to involving yourself personally with the music, and just every thought you have about making mistakes, what could go wrong, whether or not people are going to like it, you have to grab those thoughts and you have to just absolutely cast them out of your mind. It's so psychological. It's always taking those negative thoughts that are so easy to have and turning them into something positive and something that will help you. I don't want to have a static conception of a work leading up to the performance. It's actually nice if I can have some new thoughts right beforehand, that it gives me something new to be inspired by. I need to throw myself into it with a sort of abandon that is contrary to the nervousness and the carefulness that one might be feeling. The musical impulses, the instincts, I need to reach into them that extra little bit in performance to really make them come off the way that I want to.
Carter Johnson, shortly to take the stage here to play the RAVEL Concerto for the left hand, or as they say it in France,
pour la main gauche.
pour la main gauche. I wanted you to
That's
have
right.
I wanted to hear you speak French today.
This piece is really interesting. It was commissioned by the pianist Paul Wittgenstein, who had injured his hand in the First World War, his right hand, and it is, as you see, only for the left hand, a rather interesting piece that is rarely played in competition.
Certainly never in this one.
So here we go. Carter Johnson about to take the stage for his final concerto performance here at the 2025 Cliburn competition, playing Ravel's left-hand concerto with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Marin Alsop. And that is 28-year-old Canadian-American pianist Carter Johnson graciously acknowledging the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and conductor Marin Alsop after their performance of RAVEL's Piano Concerto for the left hand in D major, a rarity on competition stages, but so refreshing to hear.
For sure, and he has a pretty good southpaw too, doesn't he? He's pretty good at that. Not everybody can do that. I don't think everybody has a particularly, you know, we like to say that our hands are equally dexterous. I do not. I think that is a fiction in many cases.
That's right. And, you know, Carter has been consistently so compelling with his repertoire choices throughout this competition, and that's a capstone of his imagination and his originality. And I thought he crescendoed, you know, he seemed to get more and more comfortable and integrated with the music as it went along. So
particularly by the cadenza. It was really, he was cooking by that cadenza. He really was. With that, only one more competitor remains in our final rounds here at the Cliburn. Now, if you ever wanted to follow along with the score as you watch the performance, you got one more chance to do that. You can visit cliburn.org to experience Cliburn's score and sound powered by Wi-Fi. This is groundbreaking broadcast, and it syncs the score directly to the performance so you can watch the notes appear as they're being played. And it's available now on the Cliburn YouTube channel and at cliburn.org.
In just a moment, we will be joined by our jury chair, Paul Lewis. Before he casts his final vote of the evening and of the competition at large, he will join us here on the broadcast.
I think we should ask him why there's no Schubert.
I know. Well, that's his specialty, right?
We're going to be lying in wait for Paul Lewis to ask him why there's not much Schubert in competition. What's so hard about playing Schubert in general and at competitions in particular?
Exactly.
If I were thinking of someone who would be intrepid enough to play Schubert or really anything else at a competition, it would be Carter.
That's true.
Right?
And
He'll
you
just
know,
do anything.
Going back to what we just heard, the Ravel Concerto for the left hand, the last time that I can remember seeing it in a competitive atmosphere was, I believe it was the 1986 Tchaikovsky competition. The French pianist Roger Muraro played it, and he did get fourth. So, you know, it must have been impressive enough to garner, you know, cinch him that prize. But it's an unusual choice. Typically, it seems that competitors want to go for something that's more overtly flashy and, you know, obviously utilizing both hands. But I can imagine Carter is exhausted. He had won the Dublin competition right before this. It might be nice to give his right hand a rest.
Absolutely. And plus, I am very jealous of his left hand.
Yeah.
Actually,
Very dexterous.
He gets around.
He does.
With that left hand. As we approach our last performance of the final round, let's take a moment to hear about the format, the rules, and the structure of what has made up this past week. Take a look.
The final round of the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition is a celebration of music making at its highest level. Over the course of 4 evenings, each of our 6 remaining competitors will play 2 concertos each, with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra under the baton of renowned conductor Marin Alsop. Daniel, our audiences love the concerto round performances, and I think our competitors do too, particularly if they're allowed to play Rachmaninoff and Prokofiev and Tchaikovsky. But we're also asking them to dig deeper and perform works from select lists that include things like Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue and Beethoven's Fourth Concerto. Talk to me a little bit about your strategy or your thought process in picking works of opposing styles, and how are you leaving a lasting impression with our audiences and our jury?
When you're in the finals, you're so exhausted. It's been an emotionally taxing journey. By the time you're in the finals, it's really pure adrenaline and excitement. And this is the opportunity again to really show the audience members who you are and what you're able to do. The last remaining challenge is just the stamina of playing these 2 works, because there's 4 evenings and you're playing 2 massive concertos back to back, and that is not an easy task. But you know what? For the Cliburn, this is what they're looking for. They're looking for the pianist that's ready to go out there and play 100 concerts a year. And this is the final test for them.
The concerto really is the cornerstone of any professional pianist's repertoire. Typically, you're flying into a new city, you have a brief rehearsal with a new conductor, a new orchestra, and then you're headed out to play this incredible concert. Talk to me a little bit about how this final round really helps to prepare our young pianists for the professional realities that they're going to face once they leave the competition stage.
I think what the Cliburn has set up in the final round here really is the perfect simulation for them. In reality, when you're playing concertos professionally, you have a short meeting with the conductor, you kind of go through the hard spots, hit the hard spots, how do you want to do this? And then you go into the first rehearsal where you put it together, and it's like meshing two sounds and two ideas together to make one special moment. And then you have one dress rehearsal to cover up anything else that might be missing that you might have missed in the first, and then you're on stage, and then you're off to the next city, right? Or maybe you're off to the next night in the same season. And it is a difficult and challenging moment for every pianist, every professional pianist that is going through this, because how do you tell your story from night to night with a different dance partner, right? If you think of the orchestra, you think of the conductor as dance partners. How do you tell your story with theirs together? And that's a real challenge, and getting to do so here at the Cliburn is really a trial run for that.
Now joining us live in studio is Paul Lewis, pianist and 2025 jury chair of the Cliburn. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me again.
Looking very debonair. So the question on, I imagine, many viewers' minds is, what are you looking for? What are you listening for? We're at the final day, but what is it that stands out to you amongst all of these talented musicians?
I think it's a number of things. For me, authenticity is important, sincerity, authenticity. Someone just who can be out there and just be themselves, who doesn't feel that they need to be something they're not, to do something that they think might make an impression, I think that kind of authenticity of voice is really important. And then in addition to that, someone who can communicate it, someone who can get it across. I mean, it probably sounds quite vague, it's not a specific answer to the question, but when you hear it, you know it, it's unmistakable.
Very clear.
What do you think? We always tend to talk about Schubert with you. I'm sorry, I know you play other people.
I don't mind talking about Schubert.
But what do you think makes pianists A, reticent to play Schubert, and B, reticent to bring it to a competition?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure I can give a definitive answer. There's a feeling, isn't there, that of course at a competition you do want to make an impression. You want to get yourself across, and maybe Schubert, with all its introspective qualities, doesn't obviously lend itself to that. But what I would say, is if you feel identified with Schubert, you have to bring your strongest suit, bring the repertoire that you feel that you have most affinity with. So if Schubert is that, play Schubert. Don't be afraid just because there aren't millions of notes in it. I mean, we're not listening for that. We're not looking for that, because I mean, frankly, all 28 pianists that came here have no issue playing the piano physically. Right. We know that, but we're looking for something that identifies people as a musician, as a personality, as a unique voice. And if Schubert is your composer, let's hear it.
So you have been involved with other international competitions, namely the Leeds competition in the UK. What do you think is amongst the primary purposes of events like these? Because obviously a competition in music, some might argue that it's, there's a subjectivity to music that can't be quantified, but just serving as a juror in this edition and also having been involved in competitions at large, what are your feelings about that?
There is, of course, a lot of subjectivity to this. Not everything is subjective. I mean, there are some things that are objective, and we can react to that. Subjectively speaking, it's of course the individual personality that speaks to you as an individual yourself. So you're sort of looking for that, but also trying to look beyond it in a way to leave your preferences to one side and just think, well, what qualities does this person have? Because if it doesn't necessarily speak to me, it will speak to someone else. So there's that. But as far as the competitions are concerned, it's a difficult one. We react to what we hear, because that's what we can do. You can get a sense of someone's potential. Say if they're younger, you can feel a way that they can perhaps grow and evolve as a musician. But what we can't do is look into their personalities in a way that shows us, what ingredients there are in there that might enable them to sustain a life in music over the next half a century. That's up to them,
I love that. And aside from a life in music, what are your favorite pursuits? Like when you have to decompress after this intense experience here, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I used to fly planes. That was my.
You flew?
Yeah, that was my hobby.
Rather daring.
Well, I don't know. It was nice. It was sort of freeing, and it's a little bit technical, and but.
Did you fly yourself to your concerts ever?
I'm not that classy, unfortunately.
But it would make a good story, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll leave it there, Paul. Thank you so much. In a few moments, we'll be joined by Philipp Lynov, not in the studio, but on stage, who will give the final performance of our 2025 Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. But before he takes the stage, let's take a moment to celebrate the 6 competitors who have made it to this final round of the Cliburn. Take a look.
The 6 pianists that we will be hearing in the final, I'm going to read the names out in random order. Angel Stanislav Wang.
After a concert, after a competition, it's always very rewarding because it pays off this practicing, this hard work. And sometimes you practice and it's so inspirational, so it's always a different feeling when you approach the piano.
Carter Johnson.
I have to coach myself into reminding myself that it is about committing to the music, committing to sharing in the music what you want to show people, committing to involving yourself personally with the music.
Vitaly Starikov.
When I'm performing on stage, I'm trying to put myself in trance and kind of, like meditation. But it's not meditation like you're just sleeping. It's very intensive, very intensive meditation.
Evren Ozel.
In an ideal setting, when I get to a performance and I'm focused and I feel good, that's the bulk of what I can see. Is just this kind of roadmap in my brain of, I guess, a certain destination, a musical destination that I like to arrive at.
Aristo Sham.
I think it's important as an artist to really combine the two, really, the sort of intellect and emotional honesty and vulnerability. To me, I guess that's what makes an artist compelling. Developing either side makes the other richer.
And Philipp Lynov.
I have a great passion for music all my life, and I cannot imagine my life without this. So I cannot really detach music from my personality. And what we're experiencing here, it's somehow a kind of model of life itself.
Huge congratulations to you all, and we've all loved what you've shared with us.
6 super pianists in the finals this year. Now, if you've ever wanted to watch a close-up of the performer's hands on the keys, now you can. Cliburn Keys View gives you the option to watch that angle for the entire performance, so you don't miss a note. Whether you are a performer, a teacher, or a piano enthusiast, look for Cliburn Keys View on the Cliburn YouTube page or at cliburn.org.
We've just heard Vitaly Starikov and Carter Johnson play their final concerto on stage here at Bass Performance Hall, and now Philipp Lynov is about to perform. But what comes after their performances is truly consequential.
Immediately following Philipp's performance today, we will have the countdown to the medals, where the stakes could not be higher. The medals in this competition are not just about recognition, they are life-changing. With around $2 million in prizes, including career management and tours, winning here transforms a pianist's career. It opens doors to global stages, major collaborations, and opportunities that will shape their future. For these competitors, it's more than just a win. It's a defining moment that propels them into the professional world of classical music.
This is what they've all been working toward. Stay tuned as we move closer to the announcement of the medalists and see the culmination of all their hard work and dedication.
Philipp Lynov impressed us in the semifinals with a beautiful program of Ravel and Prokofiev. Let's get reacquainted with him before he takes the stage. Here is Philipp Lynov.
I don't come from a musical family, but I still believe that my parents are really musical people, but just didn't get musical education. In the beginning, we were not even considering this as my future profession or thinking about this career of a professional musician, so it was kind of, let's try this and then we'll see what happens. At the age of 6, I started taking lessons. Of course, I didn't realize that some years later I will be taking this path much more seriously. And I'm still playing piano and still trying to figure out a lot of things about playing the piano, but still it's fine. I'm really lucky to have such a family. They really supported me all the way through and are still supporting me, and that was what I'm really grateful for. It's no secret that this competition is probably the greatest piano competition in the world, so it's no wonder that so many people are actually following this event. And what we're experiencing here is somehow a kind of model of life itself. It's quite nice to be here, despite all this thrill and stress of the competition. I have a great passion for music all my life, and I cannot imagine my life without this.
26-year-old Philipp Lynov is shortly to take the stage here at this 2025 Cliburn competition, and he will play Prokofiev's second piano concerto. We've heard it once already in this round, played by Carter Johnson. Now we're going to hear it as the last performance in this competition. What is it about the piece that makes it? I mean, you had your Rachmaninoff third for a while. Everybody wanted to do that, and then Prokofiev second. Everybody's wanting to do that. Now, next it'll be the Bartók second.
Exactly.
What is it about the Prokofiev second?
Well,
I think that just like flies to honey.
My theory is that young pianists always want the next Everest to climb and to summit. And when you see other pianists of your cohort, or especially in this competition, there have been some landmark performances of that work. I'm thinking Beatrice Rana playing it in 2013. Joyce Yang back in 2005, And, you know, it's so inspiring to see a work of that difficulty, that breadth, being performed so effectively. It's a supreme piece to perform at a competition because it's epic. It has not only technical virtuosic feats and perhaps the highest element of technical difficulty, but most importantly, it has so much to dig into artistically and psychologically. It's a very dark work. It has this underlying thread of tragedy, but also of this kind of sardonic, biting, at times a dark humor to it. And so there's a lot that you can explore as a musician in terms of interpretation and in terms of tapping into the soul of Prokofiev. And also, I would argue, it feels very relevant to our time, our modern age. Even in 2025, the darkness and complexity of this music really resonate.
And we know, of course, that Prokofiev wrote it or started writing it in response to the suicide of a very close friend. So I was thinking when you were talking about that dark undercurrent, certainly the sort of heartbreaking melody at the beginning, and it's sort of come along, I'm going to tell you a story about all this. But then also the sardonicism and the dark humor also might be a response to that tragedy.
Of course, certainly. And the cadenza of the first movement, I would argue, is the crowning achievement of this concerto. I mean, it is awe-inspiring and it gives you chills, you know, if it's played really well.
And it just builds and builds and builds. And the cadenza is such that you think there can't be really any more. There can't be another way to exploit the piano. And then he builds some more. Here is Philipp Lynov, ready. He looks raring to go to me. to play the piece.
And he is the kind of pianist that has the capacity to really bring the grandeur of this piece to life.
I think he does too.
The power, yeah.
He's got so many, he is a many-sided pianist. I think we saw particularly in his semifinal recital of Miroir and the Prokofiev Eighth Sonata, just all the things he is capable of, that poetry, that sort of inward-looking poetry that like in the first movement of the Prokofiev, but then all that ravishing pianism in the Ravel.
And the vast palette of timbral color. I want to see that from him tonight, because I think it's just going to be so just stunning and captivating. I mean, this is the perfect concerto to end this final round.
I think it is too. Perfect piece for him. You know what I've always thought, I don't play the piece myself, but I've always thought that second movement where the piano is just in 16-note octaves for the entire movement.
Terrifying.
It just seems like walking a tightrope. It's just a perpetual motion. There is a certain pattern to what's going on, but still, it's if you fall off the train just has to keep going without you, and you have to hop back on the train.
It's an Olympian feat. It's like you're going on that balance beam, like Simone Biles. So.
The last movement I've always thought too is sort of prolix in a way. It's rhetorical. It repeats its points a lot. That's, I think, a challenge for the performer, but he's up to it. Philipp Lynov, 26-year-old Russian pianist, entering the stage now to perform the Concerto No. 2 in G minor by Sergei Prokofiev, accompanied by the Fort Worth Symphony and conductor Marin Alsop.
We just heard our final concerto performance here at the 2025 Cliburn competition. That was 26-year-old Philipp Lynov of Russia performing PROKOFIEV's Piano Concerto No. 2 in G minor, Opus 16, with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra under the direction of Maestro Marin Alsop. A huge feat for both soloist and orchestra, and of course, conductor.
Philipp takes us on a journey when he plays, and he is fully invested in the music. I remember thinking this in his Prokofiev sonata in the semi-final round, the 8th sonata. He took us on a huge emotional journey. He's done it now too, and he might need that whole bottle of water.
He deserves it. He really tapped into the colossal spirit of that concerto. He laid it all out on the table, and in a way, that's what you have to do here. It's the final round, it's the last day, the last moments of this competition, and there's something really moving about that courage and sort of like the kind of go for broke energy.
And he really did. And I felt that across the rounds of the competition, I've been consistently bowled over by his playing, but also that he had a little in reserve. I always felt that there was something in reserve, something he was guarding.
Yes.
I didn't feel that today. I think he left it all on the field.
Yeah.
Isn't that a sports metaphor? I think it is. I think it is. With that, we have concluded the last performance of the final round here at the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition, bringing the world's finest pianists to a global stage free for audiences everywhere is only possible with your support. This broadcast is made possible by viewers just like you who believe in sharing the power of classical music with the world. Your generosity helps ensure that the magic of the Cliburn continues to reach music lovers everywhere at no cost. If you believe in this mission, consider making a contribution today. Visit cliburn.org to donate and to keep the music playing. The final performances are complete. The finalists have given everything they have on the stage. Boy, is that the truth. And now the jury is casting their final votes. At 7 p.m. Central Time, and it'll begin at 7 on the dot, always does. The award ceremony will begin where we will officially announce the 2025 Cliburn medalists and present additional awards that recognize outstanding artistry and achievement.
After 14 days of competition, 28 competitors have been narrowed down to 6, and tonight we celebrate the pianists whose performances have left an unforgettable mark on this stage.
Now, while the jury's votes are being counted, we will take this time to reflect on the artistry we've witnessed this year as we count down to the gold. We'll revisit unforgettable performances, we'll hear from experts about what makes a Cliburn champion, and we'll look back at the journey that has brought us to this moment. We'll also speak to Fort Worth Mayor Matty Parker a little bit later in the broadcast.
As the jury's votes are cast and tallied, we'll soon be joined by Cliburn correspondent Greg Anderson for Cliburn Backstage. He's been speaking with the competitors throughout this entire competition, capturing their thoughts and reflections.
But first, let's take a journey to one of the other stages here in Fort Worth. Many may not find many similarities between the Classical Music Hall and the arena of the rodeo. But after performing live piano during the Fort Worth Rodeo and Stock Show, 27 Cliburn bronze medalist Daniel Hsu has some interesting insights. Take a look.
Every performance begins with preparation. Whether in the spotlight of a concert hall or under the arena lights at Fort Worth's Dickies Arena, mastery is built long before the moment begins. In these final quiet moments, we find our center. Years of preparation lead to these moments in the spotlight. This is the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo.
What the stock show epitomizes goes to what makes Fort Worth unique. The Western way of life is woven tightly into the fabric of Fort Worth, and the stock show is what pulls that fabric tight and makes it beautiful for everybody to come enjoy.
For over a century, it's brought together the best of the West, championship livestock and world-class rodeo, refined and reimagined.
I'm a professional team roper. We work together as a team to capture a steer. Every great team roper that you see out here tonight or in any of the rodeos, a lot of them started when we were very young. So, you know, I felt very blessed that I found that purpose and that calling early, and so it's something I've been grinding on ever since I could walk.
One more turn, Texas, you ride with her!
I've been competing in the pro racing since I was probably 4 or 5.
Wow.
Takes a lot of time inside and out of the arena, long hours, late nights. I think it's a really goal-driven thing because there's so many things you can work toward. That's what we all try to keep our minds on, and that's how we keep going through the year.
You might not think to compare the two, a rider in the arena, a pianist on stage. But when you look closer, they're not so different.
Our hands on the rein are kind of the connection with the horse. They can feel that my hands are pretty soft and calm. It keeps them calm, I think.
The hours, the repetition, demand on the body and mind, whether it's the saddle or the bench.
In this event, to be great at it for any amount of long-term standing, you have to enjoy the preparation, you have to enjoy the grind. The 3 to 4 second runs that they watch in the arena and everybody cheers for, you know, those were built this past week of getting ready and the past month of all the stuff we've been doing. So, you know, now is my time to go out and enjoy it.
In the end, no matter the stage, it comes down to one thing: bringing your best when it matters most.
Ladies and gentlemen, in his Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo debut, Van Cliburn medalist Daniel Shue.
And Daniel just tore up the national anthem that night. In a moment, we will be joined by a very special guest, the mayor herself, Mayor Mattie Parker of Fort Worth, will join us here at Bass Performance Hall.
Right outside the doors of Bass Performance Hall is Sundance Square, the heart of Fort Worth City Center. 2017 bronze medalist and Cliburn correspondent Daniel Shue, who we just saw, recently took a stroll through Sundance to learn more about what makes it so special. Take a look.
To me, Sundance is kind of the heart of Fort Worth. It actually encompasses about 37 acres of business, culture, arts, entertainment. If you go to any major downtown area in the United States and 10 o'clock at 11 o'clock at night, you're not going to see families walking around with kids, but down here you will.
Lookout Hill, something tells me I might be able to find some yarn here.
Oh yes, everything that you could ever want to find in an arts and crafts store, we've got it here. We have our local yarn, it's called West 7th Wool. So they hand make and hand dye their yarn. We always try and support local, so we have a local artist up here every month. We love to help the artist grow and feel confident. That's what we're really trying to accomplish at the store, is encourage everyone to express themselves.
This is amazing. I feel like this fits right into everything that Sundance Square is about, just a blend of arts and culture and history.
Yes, yes.
We try and find a balance to give something back to everybody, where everybody can come down here and enjoy, where everybody can feel welcome. They're not only visiting downtown, but they're also becoming a part of it by being able to experience the arts and the culture.
Hi, welcome in.
It's my first time here at Hopscotch. Can you tell me a little bit about this?
Yeah, we make fresh aguas frescas out of fruit, rice, and flowers. Everything that we offer is inspired by the Mexican culture. I wanted to bring our culture to a larger demographic, being in this space that's so exposed to so many different people.
Wow, that's really good.
We want to create something that's sustainable for the next 100 years to keep the history and the culture of downtown Fort Worth and the city alive. And Ed and Sasha Bass are at the helm of that vision.
We are here in the oldest commercial building in Fort Worth at the Visitor Center. This was built in 1884, 2 years before the Eiffel Tower in France, and the same year as the Washington Monument in DC. Wow. Mr. Bass had a vision to create a community space. The Sundance Square Plaza was built in 2013.
Sundance Square is named after the Sundance Kid, who was an infamous outlaw back in the early Western cowboy days. We get the pleasure of hosting the Cliburn down here on the plaza on a huge screen up on the main stage while the event's taking place on Bass Hall. And that's part of Sundance's mission as far as giving back to the public, providing these opportunities to the public that they may or may not have had the ability to go see for themselves. But now they can come out to the plaza and feel like they're a part of it.
Now joining us live in the studio is the mayor of Fort Worth. We're so happy to have her. Maddie Parker, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you both for having me. Much appreciated. Yeah.
So how exciting it is that Fort Worth is officially designated Piano Town. Yeah. Can you talk about that special relationship? I mean, obviously we're all here for the Cliburn, but how amazing for that to be an official name.
Well, if you think about it, for 60 years, Fort Worth has been so proud to host the Cliburn competition. And it is a world-class competition that brings notoriety to our community. It was Jacques' idea to come up with the term Piano Town. That probably doesn't surprise either one of you, right? But we are very proud to host the Cliburn competition. It truly is one of the most exciting times in our city, especially when you see these young, talented artists from all over the world that call Fort Worth home during this time period. And the entire community really does show up. I'm very excited to see, Sundance Square with the community all around tonight to really announce the winners.
It looks so beautiful. I love the setup there, and yeah, it's just so celebratory.
Yes, absolutely.
I think you put your finger right on it when you said the entire community shows up, because the Cliburn really has this long history of volunteerism and so forth, and I think that's what makes the Cliburn really cook, is the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers.
Yeah, we were visiting about that earlier. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just an amazing thing. I mean, because the people that volunteered in the 1960s, their children and grandchildren are now volunteering for the Cliburn. Now, it's one of the things that makes Fort Worth so Fort Worthy,
Multiple generations, right? Mm-hmm. Over 300 volunteers every single year, and that doesn't even account for the families that invite these pianists into their home to be living there during the weeks that they're here in our city, which is really special. I was actually visiting with a woman earlier, and she was telling a story about being a 15-year-old girl and her mom bringing her here from East Texas, and now she's here as well, right? And that's really what this competition really does lend, is that memory of coming to Fort Worth to be a part of the Cliburn competition. And by the way, people come from all over the world, right, to be a part of this. And thanks to your webcasting and simulcasting across the world, it's possible to be sitting anywhere right now watching this competition and on the edge of our seats tonight for the announcement of the winners.
We are, that host family dynamic is so special, and it sustains itself. Competitors come back and play years later in Fort Worth, and they stay with their host families from 20 years ago. So those relationships never really die. It's
well,
amazing.
And importantly, I hope and when you talk to the competitors, I think it really does make this competition incredibly unique. It's incredibly nerve-wracking to be across the world in such an intense environment for the weeks that you're here. I don't have to tell someone like you that, the competition is incredibly elite, but to have a home-like atmosphere where people are caring for you, making sure you're loved and respected, and at the same time able to practice your craft before you compete is truly special. And it also gets to showcase what's so special about Fort Worth. It's hard to believe that Fort Worth is now over 1 million people, right? We were 470,000 people in 1995. That's pretty rapid growth, right? When this building really opened, the city was quite different. But we've really embraced being a large world-class city at the same time, feeling like a small town in many ways to make people feel at home here, which is what we were discussing earlier, being from San Francisco.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that really struck me, and I have my 3-year-old daughter here, and it's just such a family-friendly atmosphere. There's no shortage of fun activities to do, and how would you explain, is that part of the appeal of Fort Worth, that it has that small town vibe and lots of activities, but it's not like, one of the massive cities at the same time?
I think it's a multitude of factors. I don't know if you saw the commercial that Visit Fort Worth conducted a few years ago, and it was really, our term was, we're the unexpected city. And we truly are. I mean, I hope you've experienced that being here with your family. Really if you don't know what Fort Worth is going to be like till you get here, and you immediately love it for all of its variety. An incredibly cultural rich city, right? But at the same time, there's something for everyone. We are very family friendly, which I think is incredibly important. We have a large percentage of children that live here in our community. And because of that, I think people really do enjoy coming back, whether it's for business or for pleasure. And that continues to be, a trajectory for our community as we really lean into tourism. And the Cliburn has always been at the center of that.
You have a world-class zoo, and my family and I, we went to the Kimball yesterday, and it's just, we're in awe.
What did your daughter like most at the zoo?
I mean, honestly, she likes the giraffes.
Okay, yeah, it's hard. When you get to feed the giraffes, it's hard to beat that, right? Absolutely, yeah.
But our zoo, we've been proud of it forever.
Yeah.
We've been so proud of it.
Continues to be named one of the top zoos in the country. Maybe people don't know this, that Condé Nast is now named one of the top 10 in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, Condé Nast, that was recent. And so that really does reflect who Fort Worth is, right? We're a large world-class city, but at the same time, we really have this connection to people and place that is truly unique.
Now, we've become the 11th largest city in the country.
Yeah.
That's fairly recent?
It is. We just passed the city of Austin in population, right? So now we're the 4th largest city in the state of Texas. And I don't have to tell you this, Texas is also growing rapidly. And we're also home here in North Texas. So Dallas-Fort Worth region will soon pass Chicago region as the 3rd largest metro region in the entire country in the next few years. Okay, there you go. Right.
How long is that going to take? When is that projected to
demographers
happen?
between 2 and 5 years. Really just depends on what the growth patterns look like, but very soon.
So the 3rd largest metro,
in the entire country.
In the media market, we're number 4 or 5,
yes,
something like
continue
that.
to be. Yeah.
Are you a native Texan?
I am. Yeah, I grew up in a
okay.
really small town in Central Texas, and my husband and I have called Fort Worth home now for almost 20 years. So.
Star State.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
What's your vision for Fort Worth?
Oh, I think it's a continuation of what's made us really special. It's having your feet firmly planted in who you are and your history and heritage, but also being focused on what progress looks like into the future. 1 million people today, as we continue to grow as a part of the North Texas region, you really have to be smart about building a world-class city that's focused on quality of life for all people in our community. We're a city of 350 square miles, right? Only half developed. And so our vision really is to embrace what that looks like, welcoming people from all across the world, at the same time really teaching them what made Fort Worth special in the first place. And I'm so pleased when I hear people like you and your family that are here from another state visiting for a long period of time that love being here and visiting and seeing all that we have to offer. So my vision long term is really to let Fort Worth still be the city of cowboys and culture, but also be open to what's next.
Well
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you
Good
so
to see
much,
you
Mayor
both, of course.
Parker.
All the best.
I think we all agree that Fort Worth has so much to offer when it comes to arts and culture. Let's take a look at just some of the world-class museums of our cultural district and beyond.
Light plays across stone and glass. Soft curves and sharp angles catch the changing sky. This is Fort Worth's cultural district. Within a short walk, 5 of its world-class museums trace centuries of creative expression, each space designed to inspire as much as the works inside.
The modern has become a center of architectural wonder. It has big, exciting spaces. Internationally known architect Tadao Ando created really his first major museum here in Fort Worth, manifesting the program of international contemporary art that the modern has always sort of embraced. The Amon Carter Museum of American Art was founded essentially by Amon Carter in his will. Ruth, his daughter, had a relationship with Philip Johnson, the great architect, and commissioned him to build this building. And it was to be an institution that would celebrate the American West, as was the nature of her father's, Amon Carter's, collection. I always say that Kimball is this remarkable, powerful force, not only in Fort Worth, but throughout the art world, recognized and reputationally admired. The 20th century's greatest architect, Louis Kahn, was commissioned in the late 60s, early 70s to build what is considered one of the great museums ever manifest.
Balance is woven into Fort Worth's identity, a city where a world-class piano competition shares a stage with country music, where museums honor both the masters of the past and the voices shaping the future, and where one woman's lifelong mission is now becoming a landmark of history and progress.
Music, it's always been a part of my life, since I was knee-high to a duck.
Miss Opal has had a Juneteenth museum in Fort Worth for the last 20 years.
We're simply scaling what already existed. Juneteenth is June 19th, 1865, and it represents the day that Union soldiers arrived here in Texas to enforce the emancipation of formerly enslaved people. It is a museum being established and erected to effectively and accurately narrate the Juneteenth story.
From the upcoming National Juneteenth Museum to the art-filled Cultural District, Fort Worth is a city shaped by its history and defined by its future. A place where art, music, and culture come together and where voices from every walk of life help write the next chapter.
I just know that music has a way of bringing people together. I think Fort Worth might be a music city.
Earlier this week, we were joined by Joe Sabia, the creator of Vogue's popular 73 Questions series, a fast-paced interview that offers a playful, behind-the-scenes look at celebrities. He came to Fort Worth to speak with not only our finalists, but also their parents.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to guess what my mom would answer for any of these questions.
I'm sure this is going to be a lot more fun than the stressful experience on the stage, so I can't wait. She's a pianist and my first teacher, so yes, it all started off with my mother teaching me.
My mother is flutist and my father is singer.
By the time I was 3, my mom, I think, was just like, hey, you want to take piano lessons? I said, sure. And right away, that was it. Piano was like my favorite thing.
Let's do this. I'm ready.
Okay.
What do I think she's gonna say? All in on Mozart. Here we go.
I love when he plays Chopin.
Oh.
And I also love when he plays Schumann. I think those are my 2 favorites.
I did not expect that at all. I did a lot of Chopin. I went to the Chopin competition in Warsaw. That was a huge experience for me. I think my favorite composer, just in general, is probably Beethoven. But yeah, to play is usually Schumann and Debussy.
Either Beethoven or Schumann? Yeah.
That's pretty on the money.
My father was saying probably Mozart.
Виталик играл концерт Моцарта с оркестром на этом конкурсе.
Okay, so 100%.
It's either Van Cliburn, it's either, well, Rachmaninoff. I have a lot. Claudia Rau, I really love. Horowitz, yes.
Rachmaninoff.
Okay.
Horowitz. Van Cliburn. Sometimes they say he looks like Pogorelych.
Yeah, she knows me very well. That's nice.
Usually I'm in the 70s, low 70s, maybe like 74, and now it was up to 122.
My poor mother.
I don't listen to anybody else. I don't have the added nervousness of comparison.
I also don't listen to anyone else. I can't. I know some people who can, which I have a great admiration for. You know, just being able to either not compare yourself while listening to other people, or to compare yourself and not worry about it.
Я перед третьим туром захожу к нему на сцену и хочу как бы дать наставление, а он мне говорит: папа, иди уже в зал.
When he played, I make myself don't think about that. I say, okay, still 1 hour, okay, he will pass, then I will listen.
Yeah, my mom gets very nervous when she listens to me, especially live, so she rather listened afterwards in the recording.
Oh, uh-oh.
I hate to admit it, but I go back and I look at the live comments of what people are saying while he's playing. I mean, it's subjective, right? This is just the whole thing about competitions. This is art.
I don't look at any comments. That's something that I have done in the past, like while competing. I've, you know, after performing, I've like gone back and looked, and you know, I play how I play. What am I gonna do?
И просто действительно уже как бы отключаешься, ну, стараешься не принимать близко к сердцу.
Вот. И они пишут комментарии, не всегда положительные, в пользу, ну, как бы в сторону финалистов. И он мне сказал, конечно, на диване всегда люди, которые, они знают лучше. Вот.
I know.
It was very clearly he's a stage person because except piano, he also dancing, he singing. One time he won't be pop singer, very serious.
It started with Michael Jackson, really. It's the truth.
Can you imagine if you moonwalked right before you gave a bow to the audience?
I think I would be disqualified, but
Or you would win?
no, definitely not.
I think they said Harry Potter, but...
Гарри Поттер.
Okay, yeah, I heard that. Pizza maybe, or something like fast food, like hamburger or...
Картошка.
Картошка.
Какая картошка?
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, she knows that. It's a dish that she makes called hünkar beğendi, or Turkish, you know, Turkish heritage. It's like a lamb stew with all these great vegetables. I know it's got an eggplant puree. That's an important part. She'll get that.
That one I know for sure. It's this dish that I make. It's a Turkish dish called hünkar beğendi.
But what do I think she said? Probably like playing soft. As soft as humanly possible.
He gets more gradations of pianissimo than any other pianist.
We're in sync now. We've hit a stride. We've got it now. I try to have as many colors in general as possible. I don't personally think I have any superpowers, unfortunately.
I think sound.
Yeah, the most important, I guess, top thing for an artist is to be true, stay believable, and just be inside the music, the world of music, and just forget about yourself.
Ну, вот по моему личному мнению, у него очень хорошая техника пианистическая.
Вот и мое мнение, что вот у него очень тонкая игра, тонкая, и он хорошо погружается в процесс.
I just try to connect with the music as much as I can, I mean, as deeply as I can. Being on stage helps me to, like, forget the world. Yeah, maybe that's my superpower, but...
Music, it's conversational. You know, I have to believe this is real conversation. And I feel not enough. Show me more life.
Of course, I mean, she's of course right, and that's exactly what I mean, because, you know, musicians are actors, and we have to act through sound. It's not through words, and that is a very big challenge.
He always suggested me to think more about, like, sound projection and about like the musical form, about construction, you know. And about my mother, it's really hard to say.
Так выкладываться, как будто выступаешь в последний раз в жизни.
То есть вот сейчас его выступление на этом конкурсе меня как бы удивило. Ну, я вижу, что он вырос, что...
Taking more risks, maybe?
Don't rush through some things. Linger more or play with his heart on his sleeve a little bit more.
I've heard her tell me that before. I should have gotten that one. That's on me.
For me, it's a 10. I'm not sure about what my mom thinks, but I hope it's a 10.
Boy, 10.
Oh, well,
11,
thank you,
12.
Mom. Well, I don't have to think. I think it's a 10. 10 for sure.
8.
Well, she's being very kind. It was a 10. I remember.
Oh, a ton. Everything.
I realized how much he loved this. Who doesn't want their kid to do absolutely what they love to the nth degree? I mean, seeing him on stage performing is just, he is joy personified on that stage. So I just feel like, why wouldn't I want that for my kid?
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Cool.
Yeah, great. Wow. Thanks, Mom.
I want to be, he will be happy. Happy boy.
Thank you, Mom.
Ну, конечно, что мы очень любим Виталика и желаем ему победы.
Remember, it's not what comes out of the piano, it's what comes out of the pianist. So be yourself and share your love of this music with the audience, the jury, the world.
She's an amazing woman, incredibly dedicated, incredibly caring. I feel really privileged and lucky that I got to grow up with her.
Any feedback really helps me, especially from the most important persons like my parents.
I'm very thankful to my family. They've been supporting my journey, and of course for that I'm very, very thankful.
Listen with your hearts and pick my kid. I don't know. No, I don't want to say pick my kid.
I mean, couldn't have said it better myself, you know?
What a genius video.
Oh my
right?
gosh.
I love
it got
that.
me right here. And then I started to tear up when Evren reacted to his mother's messages to him. And it's so wonderful and moving to see the humanity of these pianists. They're all real people and they have so much love and support behind them. And as a fellow pianist and fellow mother, wow, that was really moving. Bravo to Joe Sabia for doing that.
Absolutely, and I think Evren's mother got right. She cut right to the quick. Right, do what you love. This is what you love. You have to do it.
Exactly, and that love is what resonates in the performances. I think that is one of the most powerful things that we can experience when we're here at this competition or at any concert, at any performance, in any art form. It's that deep love for doing what you care about, what you believe in, that is communicated so powerfully to the audience.
I always think I recognize when a pianist is out there and he couldn't possibly not play the piano. You know, it's a matter of life and death for them. So not just here, but in their lives to be connected to the source, to extract the music from the piano themselves.
And that video just reminds me of all the people that we musicians need to give a shout out to. So it's our parents, it's our family members, it's our teachers, everybody that has guided and inspired and believed in us, given us the faith to keep going whenever things are difficult and to have that self-trust, that self-belief. You know, this was so apparent in their loving words and all the humor and how well they know each other and especially the surprises. It's just, what a beautiful...
You need to shout out to your mom?
Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to my mom as well. Shout out to my mom. At this very moment, the jury is casting their final votes. At 7 p.m. Central Time, the awards ceremony will begin, and we will officially announce the 2025 Cliburn medalists, and we will present additional awards that recognize outstanding artistry and achievement.
The finalists have been up against many challenges throughout this competition, something they have spent a lifetime preparing for. However, they may or may not have been prepared for this quiz.
We are finalists at the Cliburn competition.
The following will test us on the journey so far.
This is the difficultissimo quiz.
The difficultissimo quiz.
The difficultissimo quiz. I think I'm going to do well on this quiz. I like quizzes.
I'm competitive, so hopefully I'll do relatively well.
Getting a bit nervous, yes.
How many total notes have you played leading up to this moment?
Wait, in life or in the competition?
I don't know this number. I'm not a mathematician, sorry.
20,000.
Billions or millions?
65,000 notes.
Ah, great.
Close.
Not too far off.
I knew it was a lot, but that is a lot.
Can you recognize the piece or passage from your hands here?
What a posture, my God. Yeah.
I want to say Scarbo, but it's not really that. I'm gonna go with Scarbo. Oh, okay. They're kind of close. Scarbo has some very similar textures. This is the climax of Scriabin's 10th sonata, right? No, why I doubted myself is because this is not really the notes in the Scarbo. I'm just like, maybe I'm in transition going somewhere. But yeah, I'm a little bit embarrassed I didn't recognize this. This is the difficultissimo quiz.
Actually, this chord, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's just, I don't know, Barber Sonata? Okay. Doesn't really sound really like Barber, okay.
Can you recognize the piece or passage played in reverse? I hate that. Is it from the Brahms number 8 from Opus 76? Oh yeah, this is Brahms number 5. It did look Brahmsian in the way it sits in the hand. Texturally very, very distinct.
Can you recognize yourself against another pianist? Just, I need to make a confession that I didn't listen to any recording of this sonata for a very long time, so it's even harder. So I guess the first one was not me. Okay. Many people say that we look absolutely the same, but I don't know. Probably that's why you chose him.
What's the most difficult passage in all of your repertoire and why? What's about to come in the Brahms second? That's probably the single trickiest bar if I had to choose one bar. It's like a quadruple tongue twister. Which piece is this from your rep? This is the Etude Tableau, Opus 39, number 6 of Rachmaninoff.
That's from the Suggestion Diabolique.
There's one error in it, can you find it? Okay, all the notes seem to be really correct.
Wait, that's very alarming, wait.
I'm not sure about this triple sforzato or whatever you call it in English, but okay, I agree. Some professors would be happy, probably. Probably not.
The second bar on the second system has an extra note. Yep.
That second line is not in 2/4. Great, I can do math.
Can you identify the piece of music you are playing only from this camera angle? Probably RAVEL, but I'm not sure, Yes, so it's the second piece from the Miroir, Oiseau Triste.
That's awful. I look like an anglerfish. Well, I know it's from the first 2 programs because I got a haircut in between. That's not Bach. I wouldn't have made that face in Bach. That's got to be... Can I just say one of the Shostakovich preludes, or do I have to tell you which one? The F-sharp major. Okay, whatever. I mean, it's a really weird spot musically, so it makes sense that I'm, doing something weird here.
I'm gonna go with Bach Rachmaninoff. It was from the pulsation and the angularity of the head bop.
I'm gonna say Schumann movement 14 because I'm smiling and it's my favorite one. No, Bach. Okay. That's my Bach face.
How do you feel with your hair getting in the way?
I don't think about this. Well, now I think about this, but not during the performance.
You guys ever feel self-conscious that there's a camera right on your face?
I think it's possible to feel self-conscious, especially if it were like a lower stress situation, actually. Then it's easy to be aware of the camera that's right in front of you. But no, in this situation, definitely not. When you're just so focused in the music, you're just playing.
How do you feel about that camera angle?
It's probably one of the devil's inventions, I think.
How many pieces can you play in precisely 15 seconds? Pieces from the competition.
Okay. No, this requires planning. No, I'm sorry. I'm taking this very seriously.
Let me just get into position. Well, the other guys will probably beat me because they have more pieces simply.
I lost it! I lost it! Oh, that was not what I had hoped for, but anyways.
It was definitely more than 15 seconds, but okay, yeah.
Can you match the AI metaphor to a piece in your repertoire? A child throwing firecrackers into a cathedral, wild, wicked, brilliant. I'm gonna say the 5th Scriabin Prelude. Ah, man, okay. I think mine made more sense.
Can you recognize yourself against another pianist? I should be able to recognize, but well, I don't know. I'm going with B. Interesting. No, I recognize my voicing. I think I conceptualize it fuller than he did. I think it's just a fuller, almost all voices equal sound that I was going for. Play it again. Yeah.
You're on the clock, man.
Oh, what?
What?
Wait, I have to mentally count bars, right? Dun, da, 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 dee, da, da, dee, dee, dee.
No clues?
Is it this one? Not even close. Not even close.
How far off were you?
Like 4 bars or something, I think. Or 5. That's shameful.
I'm gonna go with this. I was very close. I played like 3 before this. Actually, mathematically, I should be able to know, so I was also a little bit embarrassed. I'm like, okay, I should know the phrases well enough to know actually how many bars they are, but okay, I was close enough.
Which piece from your repertoire was written when the composer was your age? Sometimes I forget my age, so it's even trickier. So I'm 26. Well, closest to probably Schumann Sonata. Yeah, pretty close to, yeah.
Isn't it amazing that he wrote that at 23 years old?
It's really great, yeah. And especially like other pieces like Capriccio by Bach wrote in the, like, he was about 18, so it's quite incredible. Yeah.
Is this one of my recordings versus another pianist's recordings? Or is this a photo of me and another pianist? Because that's easier. I think I'm the first one. I don't think I'm the second one. The voicing on the top there's a lot of bite to that really high da-da-da-da-da-da. I wasn't really aiming for that, although it's effective, so I gotta be the first one. Okay, great. He plays this piece pretty well, so.
Can you play any bit of a piece you remember from your first competition you ever played in?
I don't remember what was my first competition. I remember the first local competition I played in that I did really well in was I was maybe 6 and I played a piece called The Wood Fairies, and I don't remember how it goes.
I think I first competed when I was 5 in some like kid competition in Hong Kong. Probably some like completely unknown minuet or sonatina. I don't know, like. like this sort of music.
This is not quite the first competition I ever played in, but I remember doing really well with Penguins by Linda Nyameth, which is in the Royal Conservatory Grade 2 in Canada. And I could play the whole piece if you wanted.
I don't remember like particular program. Probably it was kind of this etude, probably this one. But I don't even remember the composer or whatever.
So I'm gonna go with the first competition I played anything in, which was when I was 8 in Japan. I remember I played the... Wait, that's embarrassing. Wait, let me... This waltz.
And now they're sliding down a hill. There you go. That's the closest I can get.
The composer would be happy that you know the music even if you forgot his name.
I'm not sure, but okay, let's review.
Do I get to do sight reading? That's something I'm good at. Can we have a sight reading competition? That would be much better.
Amazing job. You passed the difficultissimo test.
Great.
With flying colors.
Okay.
I think I did a good job. I didn't really think it was a quiz. Like, it was fun. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's difficultissimo. I would say it's difficult assai.
Do you remember your first recital piece? Could you play it now?
I don't know if I could play it, but it was like a Bach invention in F major.
Oh, that's
yeah,
kind of fancy.
But I enjoyed Carter's little ditty
Penguin,
there.
it was about penguins, did he say? And then they slide down a hill?
I would not have been able to pass the difficultissimo quiz. That was extremely difficult.
That really was hard.
I mean, shout out to all those competitors who their brains are probably fried at this point, and I love seeing the charm and the humor. This is amazing.
It's great. And the recordings, is this me or is this somebody else?
It's
that
tricky.
Was all...
Yeah, so bravo again to Joe Sabia, who is a true piano aficionado.
He really is. We are here, of course, at the end of the competition, but now Liz and I are going to take a quick trip through the past several weeks. We're going to go back to the very beginning of the competition when the order of the competitors was chosen at the draw party.
This is where the competition begins, the draw. Many want the final slot. Some fear going first. And this is the moment when they'll find out, through the luck of the draw, exactly when they'll take their first steps onto the Cliburn stage.
And the way it works, we're gonna get a name out, and the first name can choose any slot of the grid.
That order is determined less than 48 hours before the lights come up on the first performance. This event, this ceremony, is where our 28 competitors will match choice with chance.
It's been suggested that I try to give you some encouragement or advice. As far as encouragement, my gosh, you're here. As far as how it turns out, nobody knows.
Each competitor arrives as an individual, but in this moment, there's camaraderie and shared anticipation. Behind the smiles and handshakes, the unspoken question, when will I play?
Kotaro Shigomori.
The draw isn't just procedure, it's tradition. Time seems to slow down here.
Angel Stanislav Wang.
As more names are called, your options narrow.
Chuan Chang Wu.
It comes down to a draw.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
You realize you can't control everything. You can master Rachmaninoff, conquer Liszt,
Federico Gadkremer.
but you cannot orchestrate chance. And then,
Shangru Du.
It's done. The order comes into focus. Each competitor knows their number, but they will all strive to go beyond a number, to make their performance less about the time of day and more about the connection they make with the audience. The numbers are drawn, the order is set. Now, let the music begin.
And about 36 hours later, we started the competition. What do you remember about the preliminaries from these 6 that we're hearing now?
It seemed like another year.
It
I mean,
really does.
we've experienced so much music. You know, it was a different venue. We were in Van Cliburn Concert Hall in TCU, and there's the intimacy of that space, but also the energy. Everybody is primed to sort of show their best in the first round. So, everybody was energized. Of course, there were nerves in the air, but yeah, we had 28 amazing pianists, and it was clear that from the outset, because this is certainly true now, that this is an eclectic group of artists with very individual styles and aesthetics and repertoire.
And just apples and oranges, like you said. I was floored in the preliminaries by Evren's partita, Bach
beautiful.
partita. And then Carter played that awesome Clementi sonata. We can always count on Carter.
Yes.
To do something to investigate a far corner of the repertoire there, and then Aristo with that Scarbo, which my jaw's still dropping.
That set the tone for him, and we heard multiple Scarbos and Gaspard Ennui, but for me, that really stood out.
It really did. Vitaly played that Shostakovich sonata. That was a popular thing in this competition. Jan Chen played it, then Vitaly played it as well. I didn't know it very well. But I thought he did a great job on it.
Yes, very convincing and very persuasive renditions. And of course, the thing that really stood out to me was Gabriele Montero's Rock Time. We heard the world premiere of that, and then, heard 28 performances of it. And it was really interesting to see different facets of that work come to light and coalesce, because for me, it was just brand new. I had not looked at the score. You had dabbled in it a bit, and so it was a complete revelation when it just started to really take shape and gel in certain competitors' hands.
It really did, but I think we saw across the 28 different performances of that. There are so many different ways, really, the piece. It's possible to play the piece.
Right.
There's really only one way it should go, maybe, but there are so many different ways to play it, and she gave so much interpretive leeway, and she set so many little contrapuntal traps.
That's right.
In there
the little Tetris.
Well. We had the chance to speak with Gabriele Montero about her piece and about the experience of hearing it performed 28 times during the preliminary round. Take a look.
One piece of music, 28 pianists. The Van Cliburn International Piano Competition has a long tradition of challenging the world's finest young pianists with a brand new commissioned work. In 2025, this tradition continues through a new composition by Gabriele Montero, acclaimed pianist, celebrated improviser, and member of the jury.
What I wanted to do was to create a piece that was not only an exuberant and lively piece for the performers to dive into that energy, but also a piece that was virtuosic and at the same time allowed us to see what they would do with an idiom that is classical, but that it also represents a little bit of the American sound. It is not an easy piece, but why would I write an easy piece when the repertoire that we play is very intricate and complex? But I think the challenge would be, more than anything, inviting the contestants to explore and to have a bit more freedom in the reading of my piece than perhaps they're used to. I really look forward to seeing how they allow me to discover my own music through their imagination.
This is where the magic of the commissioned work becomes clear. Listen to how 5 pianists approached the same phrase, each one telling a different story.
would encourage anyone who is about to do a competition to just be themselves on the stage and tell the story, regardless of whether you're being judged by a panel of judges or you're playing for an audience of one. Once you walk onto that stage, you have to be in your bubble. You have to be in that world. You have to be incredibly resilient and flexible and keep a sense of humor. Don't take yourself so seriously.
They continue a tradition that celebrates both compositional innovation and interpretive artistry, each pianist finding their own voice inside the same piece of music.
And the 28 became 17 after that preliminary round, and we heard some great playing in the quarterfinals
really
as well,
did.
which I think is where their personality really sort of comes to the fore.
Yes.
Because as you were saying in the preliminaries, they're coming with their big guns, their surefire pieces, the things that they can play when they're just deadly nervous, you know.
Greatest hits.
And
Yeah.
But you know what, Philipp Lynov came to the quarterfinals with that Sergei Taneyev Prelude and Fugue in G-sharp minor that Van Cliburn had played in the Tchaikovsky in
That's
58.
Right.
And we don't hear very much of that. And then that gorgeous Schumann F-sharp minor sonata that we just saw him play little bits of in the difficultissimo test there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that really secured his place in the next round. I was impressed by and sort of scared by seeing, a lot of late Beethoven. We heard Aristo play his Hammerklavier sonata. I remember the one day when Jonas Aumiller and Mikhail Kambarov in succession played Opus 111.
Both played 111.
And what a juxtaposition that, the jury got to hear two different takes on, one of the greatest pieces ever in the repertoire. And so I do think that the quarterfinals deepened our understanding of what these artists are capable of. It offered new dimensions to a lot of these players, and that was essential, especially for those that continued on. I think they really presented a complete portrayal of who they are as artists.
And just freedom, right? Because I just don't think anybody feels constricted by their repertoire anymore. I want to play 111. I think I'm good at it, so I'm going to do it.
And actually, that's one of the greatest things about this competition, because many other international competitions have requirements. The only requirement here, especially with the solo recitals, was the commissioned work, which we just saw.
And just time constraints, and that's really it.
It's really... It allows each person to showcase what they love and what they excel in.
You know what? I was struck also in the quarterfinals, and then I'll move on, by Angel's program, the Stravinsky, Firebird, and Ravel, and sort of. Didn't he sort of sneak into the recital with the La Valse? I think he started with that, and it just was a sort of really dramatic way to start a recital. But he's good at that.
Drama.
He turns on the drama. Moving to the semifinals, we had some great playing, of course, in the semifinals as well.
Yes, the Mozart Concerto. That was, the defining sort of aspect of this round, because in many ways, the Mozart Concerto showcased their ability to be good chamber musicians. It's not a showpiece for the soloist. What I also enjoyed about the Mozart Concerti was that it gave a lot of us a window into some of the compositional skills of, Evren did his own cadenza.
Jonas Aumiller did.
And Kenny Broberg, silver medalist of the 2017 competition, his cadenza appeared, I believe, in Young Rays. Yes, so it was just, it was a feast for, the Mozart lovers like the two of us to witness.
And then, of course, in Mozart, you can run, but you can't hide.
You run.
At all. It was nice to hear so many different pieces, and I can't remember the last time we heard 271 in the competition, and Philipp Lynov brought that, which was actually, it was great to hear that, because it's just a little bit different, Mozart, than he became. It's a little bit less operatic, a little bit more in a galant style. And it was just great to hear it.
And of course, we heard so many of the great ones, number 20 onward, number 20 to 27. There was a whole group of those. And of course, the 1 hour solo recital, which allowed most of these artists to program large-scale works, big works that could just take the longer programming opportunity.
Yeah, just a lot of great music in that round. I remember the Vitaly in the semifinal rounds playing the Opus 25 Etudes complete.
Yes, that's right.
Like it was nothing. Like it was just basically child's play.
A hint of things to come in the final, perhaps.
A hint of things to come in the finals. Where he, of course, played the Bartók Second Piano Concerto, and I think set sort of a new standard in that. I think competitors will now know that the Bartók Second is possible in a competition setting. It sort of depends on who the orchestra is and who the conductor is. But in a major international setting, they will now know that that's possible. And that might become the new Rock 3 or the Prokofiev 2, or it could very well be.
And yeah, at the final round, we saw these 6 very talented gentlemen showcase different aspects of their personalities, because you had the Warhorse concertos, right? But then you had these smaller scale concertos. I put smaller scale in quotes because we heard Beethoven 4 twice, which is, that's a great concerto. We heard Mendelssohn G minor. We heard the Schumann, the Ravel left hand. And again, what a rarity that was. So it was fascinating not only to see their skills shine and what they really excel at in the concerto round in collaboration with our incredible maestro Marin Alsop in the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra, but also the programming choices, which we'll talk about with Greg Anderson, because I believe that there might have been strategy, but there might have just been, hey, I really love this piece and I'm going to play it.
Right. So. I really loved hearing the Mendelssohn G minor concerto, because we think of that as something that we play as children, or something that we play when we're 13, or something like that. But to hear it played in such a glaring way, as Aristo Sham did it, and to give it the sort of credence that it deserves by playing it in a major international piano competition.
Right.
And then just today, hearing Carter play the Ravel left hand concerto, and it really was. His left hand will be the envy of every.
Exactly. And of course, you have to have your Rock 3 and your Prokofiev 2s. And we heard 2 of the latter. So really interesting.
And we had a Tchaikovsky as well. Can't have a competition without having a Tchaikovsky. As the jury's votes are cast and tallied, we'll soon be joined by Cliburn correspondent Greg Anderson for Cliburn Backstage. He's been speaking with competitors all week, capturing their thoughts and their reflections. And with his insight, we'll revisit highlights from the performances that brought each of them to this pivotal moment.
Before Greg joins us, let's take another look at our 6 finalists who performed this week and are awaiting the award ceremony starting at 7 p.m. Central Time tonight.
The 6 pianists that we will be hearing in the final, I'm going to read the names out in random order. Angel Stanislav Wang.
After a concert, after a competition, it's always very rewarding because it pays off this practicing, this hard work. And sometimes you practice and it's so inspirational, so it's always a different feeling when you approach the piano.
Carter Johnson.
I have to coach myself into reminding myself that it is about committing to the music, committing to sharing in the music what you want to show people, committing to involving yourself personally with the music.
Vitaly Starikov.
When I'm performing on stage, I'm trying to put myself in trance and kind of, like meditation. But it's not meditation like you're just sleeping. It's very intensive, very intensive meditation.
Evren Ozel.
In an ideal setting, when I get to a performance, and I'm focused and I feel good, that's the bulk of what I can see. It's just this kind of roadmap in my brain of, I guess, a certain destination, a musical destination that I like to arrive at.
Aristo Sham.
I think it's important as an artist to really combine the two, really, the sort of intellect and emotional honesty and vulnerability. To me, I guess that's what makes an artist compelling. Developing either side makes the other richer.
and Philipp Lynov.
I have a great passion for music all my life, and I cannot imagine my life without this. So I cannot really detach music from my personality. And what we're experiencing here, it's somehow a kind of model of life itself.
Huge congratulations to you all, and we've all loved what you've shared with us.
Joining us live in the studio is the hardest working man in show business, Greg Anderson. Good to have you back.
It's a pleasure to be back. I can't believe we've reached the end of all of this. It has been an incredible 3 weeks, but especially this last week, I feel like we've been on such journeys with them, and I've gotten to see them evolve backstage and their after performance interviews, and they've evolved. I think we can talk about that a little bit today. I think what we might do is just review the videos that I've edited based on their first concerto performances during this finals round. The others are in construction and should be out tomorrow or the next day. You can look for those on YouTube and social media.
Depending on how much or how little sleep you get.
That's exactly it. But let's start with the first of the concerto performances we heard, that Mendelssohn concerto performed by Aristo Schaum.
This concerto is so much fun. I'm struck by the quality of the craftsmanship. It's perfect, like from beginning to end. It's classic Mendelssohn. Whimsy, dazzling virtuosity, irresistible lightness. At the end of the second movement, it's like this overwhelming feeling that no matter what happens in the world, everything will be okay. And I feel that so much with Mendelssohn, and I think that really is his music's worth. I'm very glad that I have the honor to bring the Mendelssohn 1 to the Cliburn for the first time.
So he thinks about it as a real piece of music then.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not just a stunt for him. This is an elegantly constructed piece. He takes it seriously.
He does, and you know what I just noticed since I just edited his Brahms video? He talked about both pieces similarly, even though they're obviously such different pieces. He talked about the Brahms feeling like this warm hug. He chose these pieces that give him this feeling of pure comfort and peace here in the final round, which was what an interesting strategy.
Also, that was so apparent with his performances. I mean, just even from that little clip, he just had such finesse, such poise, confidence. It just irradiated from every moment.
What we've noticed about him backstage at every juncture is that he sits, cool as a cucumber, ready to go on. He doesn't pace around, he's all business, and he just goes out there and does it. Yeah. When he comes back after performing, it's never, glad that's over. He just is on to the next thing.
He doesn't break a sweat. He's one of those where I feel like I'm at the local convenience store just talking to a friend about their performance here at the Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. Shall we move on?
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Angel Stanislav Wang's performance of the Beethoven Concerto, and I find this interesting because as we spent time together over the past few weeks, he revealed a bit more and a bit more about himself in his personal life, and you get a sense of that here in this video.
It's a very different concerto, actually. It's very mysterious. I always love performing the second movement of this particular concerto because it's just so, well, emotional. That middle movement is something very, very personal that just kind of is like blocks out everything from the outer world. Forces me to think about a lot of things, not only in their life, but also in my life. Marin is so helpful during the process. He just kind of calms you down. You know, the atmosphere of the competition is so intense. So, you know, when she's near, you just kind of feel, oh, it's gonna be fine.
I think what Liz and I have noticed across the span of the competition is that he really likes He sinks his teeth into music where there is a character to animate or a ballet to dance or an aria to sing. You know,
I totally agree. He's one of the most colorful in his descriptions of the music, and it's always really fun just to sit here and watch him whip out these beautiful descriptions of what he's playing. I want to mention here at this final round, he started talking about the delirium of being here and just how after the last few weeks, his headspace, he mentioned that on stage performing in some ways felt like it lasted forever. I think he even used the word an eternity. And then the second he walked off stage, it was almost as if it had never happened.
Oh, wow.
And he talked about this surreal dream state that he feels like he's in there on stage. And in a loving way. It's not like it was a problematic situation. He just went to another world when he was on stage.
He really does immerse himself, and it's something that is so compelling to the viewer because you see he puts his heart out there, and there's so much talent at this young age. I can see him sort of taking whatever piece of music, and in this case it was interesting because he played Opus 57, the Appassionata Sonata, right, in his earlier in recital round, and then played Opus 58 here. So he must, there's something about that period of Beethoven that must like really resonate with him.
I think he likes some of that fire and the emotion and just, oof, feeling it all.
Yeah.
Up next, we have my fellow Minnesotan, Efren Ozel, who I just adore. We have him talking about the Tchaikovsky competition in this video here.
I always feel really happy when I play that last kind of octave cadenza. It's like kind of the earth shaking with those octaves going up and down. And then how that leads into that final second theme is just so glorious. I mean, I don't really know that many other pieces that have that kind of a moment.
What does it feel like to play that moment here at the Cliburn?
Huge. That's maybe one moment in this whole 3 weeks that I actually maybe did feel on top of the world.
For me personally, this was an intriguing choice for Efren.
It was an intriguing choice. He actually talked at length about his choice of it. He was particularly inspired by Van Cliburn having that be a staple piece and wanting to celebrate that here in this particular moment. He talked about how some of his friends didn't see the full potential of the piece, and he kind of wanted to show them the musical depth of it. He treated it almost like a chamber situation with the orchestra.
Well, he does that across everything he plays. I think the verb we've used most often in talking about Efren is share. He shares with the audience, he shares with Marin, he shares with the orchestra. I mean, it's all about the connection for him.
Well, and with the Tchaikovsky, I keep saying competition, the Tchaikovsky Concerto, that piece, I've often thought of it as a duel between the orchestra and the piano, and he wanted to show that it didn't have to be perceived that way.
But there's always the utter sincerity, which to me was rather revelatory because, you have that sort of the more epic dueling aspect that, seems to typify that piece, but it was a new take on it for me, so really fascinating.
Fascinating and refreshing.
And it wasn't a look at me kind of.
Like a show-off piece.
Strange to say in a piano competition where it really is about them, but he's not that kind of performer. He's not a look at me kind of guy.
I certainly saw that. He's another one who speaks about music in really fun ways, so you should check out some of his backstage videos online if you're curious about that. Up next, we have Philipp Lynov, who another fun one to talk to, and this is him talking about his performance of the Liszt Piano Concerto, number 2, earlier this week.
I have to admit that I still haven't realized that I'm a finalist of this competition, even after playing the first concerto already. It feels like in a dream. The very small concerto, about 20 minutes or so, but still it's so rich and exuberant. We just need to pick a quite diverse, exuberant repertoire, but still kind of reflecting our inner world and our personality. I really like performing pieces that are not, which you cannot hear like in every room in the school. But it's a great joy to perform this, especially for the first time. It was my first time performing this concerto.
So Philipp was perhaps the single pianist who every single time he walked off stage, his head was still on stage. And it took the duration of the interview for him to recognize where he was and start being able to talk about it with more depth. And initially, he couldn't remember what he had played or how it had gone. He had just been so present while he was performing that he wasn't thinking about what happened. He was always thinking about that exact moment. So coming off stage for him was a little bit of an adjustment. But super sweet, wonderful guy.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that generosity shows in his playing. Did he talk about what compelled him to choose that piece?
Yeah, it was. I asked him actually about it for quite a while. There were some interesting thoughts. He learned it just last summer, and he was just very particular about not playing Liszt Piano Concerto No. 1 or a concerto that he heard particularly played in the practice rooms at his school.
Oh.
He wanted something that just didn't have that "I've heard this too many times" feeling, which I find funny on our end. You know, I haven't heard the Liszt Piano Concerto No. 1 in several years, but for him it was a daily thing there at the school, and since he was limited to practicing at the school and within the school hours, that was a factor for him.
Well, also I imagine that how you described him about being in that trance was certainly true of today, because he laid it all out there in the Prokofiev too, so he's probably almost still recovering.
He made the list work for me, absolutely. Yeah. It's hard to make that piece gel and coalesce always. If you don't think of it as a symphonic poem, which we talked about it really kind of is. But he absolutely made the piece work, and he was in dialogue with the clarinet a lot and the cello, and it was a beautiful performance, I thought.
He said his secret to structuring the piece was to savor and enjoy the tranquil moments, and really let them just take their time and space.
Yeah.
We've seen that a lot with him. We saw it in that Prokofiev Sonata No. 8. We saw it in many moments in the Ravel Miroir.
And the beginning of today's concerto, the very opening of the first movement.
He's good with that. He makes quite a statement when he's inward.
Well, up next we have Vitaly Starikov talking about his performance immediately after walking off stage after performing that Bartók Piano Concerto No. 2. Let's watch.
It was so exciting. I mean, I have no words to describe it. So amazing piece, so beautiful, so joyful. I decided to put it because, of course, Marin Alsop is great, and the orchestra also great. So I was pretty sure that it's gonna be great. But of course, there are a lot of tricky places. It's so difficult concerto, and it's so rarely played. And it's always exciting. It's probably adrenaline. I don't know.
Did he tell you what he thought about how the tricky places went, as he put them?
You know, he didn't actually dwell on that. I got the impression he just felt elated having walked off stage.
But you know, that glee was apparent from even before he played the first note. He made the audience laugh because he took a really long time adjusting his bench. And so he was already in a good mood, but clearly he was very confident. And that performance, I mean, the band was in his element. It was quite sensational.
I think what's worth noting about Vitaly, during the quarterfinals, I asked every pianist about what was the greatest joy of playing the piano. And Vitaly Oh, the piano, that is the greatest joy. And then he started to list what I might have considered problems. Oh, it's frustrating, it's a lot of work, it takes a lot of mental space. And then he said, and that's the joy of it all.
Is it the instrument itself that turns him on, do you think?
I think, yeah, he was one, I would say about half the pianist really focused on the instrument and the music. He was one more on that side, and then the other half went more to the joy of being on stage and sharing music with the public.
Interesting.
But he loves to play the piano.
You can tell. And he's
effortless.
He's gotten very good at it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Yes, sure has. Well, finally, we have Carter Johnson performing the Prokofiev Piano Concerto No. 2. Here we have a highlight reel I made after the interview I had with him after the performance.
This is one of maybe the most spiritual moment in the piece, in a dark sort of way. There's an energy there which we're tapping into that maybe it's something that we shouldn't want to tap into. The experience of playing this passage, there's something quite fearful about it, actually. And then when the arpeggios come in full force, it's quite terrifying. The last movement is my favorite movement, actually. It has some of the best melodies. And then the wide leaps in the opening. You get to do a little bit of Fred Astaire.
This is another guy who has a heck of a good time playing the piano.
Yeah.
He just really has a ball.
And a heck of a good time talking about playing the piano.
Good for him.
So pretty much within the first 10 seconds of meeting him, he announced that he had read my dissertation at Yale about the art and evolution of, about the sequence of pieces on a program and its effect on the listening experience.
Yes.
Because he was so fascinated by that, and one of his professors suggested it. And I mean, I love all of these pianists, but that, of course, set things off on a very good foot.
Did he apply some of your concepts to the program? Because we have consistently applauded Carter on his programming here, so.
He thinks about it very deeply and absolutely talked in depth about some of the stuff in my dissertation when it came to that quarterfinal round and the arrangement of those smaller pieces.
So great.
And, but
really
he's so fun to talk to. He gets really animated about anywhere you turn him, and just and in a substantive, interesting manner, just fun.
In that quarterfinal round, let's just underline that a minute. There were Shostakovich preludes, there were Brahms piano pieces up for 76, then more Shostakovich preludes, and then the Bartók Sonata. Yes?
According to him, it was split in half. The Shostakovich preludes were introducing the Brahms, but it was Brahms was the substance there, and then the small Shostakovich preludes introduced the Bartók Sonata, and he had reasons for every one. He wanted the Bartók Sonata to feel a particular way, having just arrived outside after those Shostakovich preludes. Same thing with the Brahms. He was setting up the mood for the audience through those preludes.
And of course, if I had a left hand like he had, I might have played the Ravel left-hand concerto too, but I wonder what his thought process was beyond, I've got a really good left hand and I'm going to show it off.
Sure.
You'll see a video about that coming out very soon. It is perhaps his all-time favorite piece of music.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely loves it. And I think there's something, there was a lot of joy, given some of the struggles he had been having with his right hand, that the world turned in such a way that he got to end on this note with just his strong, dominant hand at the moment.
But you got to see all of the ins and outs of what these artists were going through. We just see their performances, but you got to get the inside scoop, the stories, the hand trouble, the nerves and all that.
I feel like I've been on an emotional roller coaster these past few weeks.
Everybody here has been on one for 3 weeks. I mean, certainly the competitors more than anybody else, but everybody else too, the host families,
everyone working here so magnificently.
And I don't know about you guys, but I am feeling really nervous because in previous editions of the competition, at least personally for me, there was sort of a clarity as to like, oh, I can predict that this person might win. And I honestly don't know because there's such unique, eclectic, very personal tastes and qualities and personalities here amongst the six. So
I can say they are all extraordinary, high-quality individuals, and they all deserve it. I love them so much.
You've got more goodies for us, though.
Yes. So over the last few weeks, one of the videos I've been preparing has been about the magic of live performance. A couple of the questions that I asked to get them thinking, and you'll ultimately see some of their answers. But one of them was, what will the role of the piano recital play in our increasingly virtual future? The other question was, why should someone leave their homes, get off their couches, get into a car, hire a babysitter, find parking, to experience a piano recital live in person? And the answers were so majestic and beautiful, and so I've basically turned it into a substantive video. You'll be able to find, again, all of these videos, plus several more coming out on the YouTube page of the Cliburn. But are we ready for this?
What do you call this one?
Well, I'm going to call it the magic of live performance at the moment, but it might do something more with it. There are about 5 sections. It's a lot of fun, and I hope that it convinces at least a few of you to consider getting off your couches and joining us at a piano recital, maybe one of these finalists, in the near future. Let's give it a watch.
It's a communal experience, and it's, I'm using this word carefully, kind of a sacred experience.
Being on stage with the music, with the public, yeah, best moment ever.
That moment is sacred.
I mean, look at what we're doing here, like concert hall, right? Special construction for the event, for the ritual.
You know, the quiet, the expectation.
When suddenly everything gets quiet and nobody dares to move.
You shared experience with other people, shared solitude.
It's a place where people can gather and be united, feeling those same emotions that are being passed through the piano, through the pianist, and into the hall.
There is just something to being in the audience and listening and being together with other people.
Hundreds, thousands of people in an audience, sitting in silence together, experiencing the same music together.
That feeling of being emotionally connected with another person, that's what brings me the greatest joy. And music is a really great avenue for me to do that.
The connection is very important, the connection with the audience.
It's really a symbiosis where everyone is equal partners.
You feel the audience bouncing back somehow, their energy, their listening.
You want to give back more when you have such a wonderful audience and they give you so much energy.
I mean, connection between the audience and me as a pianist. There is something that I could not explain. This type of magic, I need this type of magic all the time when I'm going on stage.
The audience is part of that process. The hall, the piano, I don't know, the time of day, the weather outside, everything.
It's not only me who's playing, it's the piano. It's the whole. It's actually the audience too. It's everything. It must be a combination of all these elements, otherwise the performance is not complete.
There's a reason why people go to concerts. They need this live experience. They need the moment of experiencing something only once. A recording you experience as much as you want because we have YouTube, we have different platforms where we can just turn this same recording millions and millions of times. Whereas when you go to a concert, it's a one-time experience. It's a one-on-one interpretation. We won't play the same as pianists.
What does live performance mean to you?
Lottery.
Say that again?
Lottery.
Lottery. Gamble.
Yeah.
Like a risk.
Yes. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes not.
it's the feeling that anything could happen. Like almost, I always feel like the tension is really thick. You can always cut it with a knife, especially somehow, like sitting in the audience in a thing like this, it's all quiet and dark, and there's one person on stage. You can just feel this electricity in the air. And I think a good performer is someone who can use that electricity to their advantage, if that makes sense, and just sees you.
It's necessary for artists or just in general in life to take risks regularly.
You never know what the music does to you when you perform, and you have to be able to react. It's like in life, you never know what will come next.
Live concerts are something that are not fixed. They are always moving.
Magical, crazy things can happen that you may not be able to access in any other moment of your entire life, except for this moment on stage.
You might go to 5 concerts and maybe 4 of them might be a bit of a disappointment, but then maybe one of them will be an experience that you will carry with you for the rest of your life.
It's the moment when you're on stage and you just sit there and then you don't know what's gonna happen. Being able to witness this kind of magical moments, it's just, I don't know, so much better than like.
Instagram influencers are talking about how you need to hook people in the first 3 seconds of a reel. I think that's part of what makes the classical recital feel strange to people in this day and age, that you would just go in somewhere and just sit in silence for 45 minutes for half of a recital and then half an hour in the second half just to listen to somebody play music.
The role of the piano recital is for a listener, for an audience goer to dedicate a time in their busy schedule to sit and be present. But be present, but then also be kind of taken out of the present of it.
It's easier for me to maybe to get to know people in a bit longer period of time, and also to people to know me.
A 40-minute build-up in the symphony does things to your body that you never knew your body could do.
Maybe you will think that you didn't like a particular composer very much, and you will go hear someone play it so compellingly in recital that you will totally have a new outlook, and maybe it will cause you to fall in love with the new composer. Whereas if you're sitting at home, the tendency is to hear the first 10 seconds and go, no, I never liked this guy's music, and then, you know, kind of go to the next thing. Live concerts, for that reason, are super, super important.
In a concert, you get to see a living person play, the same breathing human as we are, but on stage, and he's just creating, painting on the spot, and that is something that I think is very special and something people need.
I have noticed that while the world is becoming more virtual and digital, also there is the opposite trend going on of people wanting to go back into the retro style, the vintage. People are still very much aware of the importance of real life experiences.
We're humans, and that's the good thing about the piano recitals.
I was born in 2001. I grew up with the socials. It's not always charming, at least to my person. Sometimes the machines cannot reach our warm heart, I would say. I prefer to keep calm and do the human things.
The experience of receiving live music is just so massively fulfilling for the soul and the body.
what you hear in the hall, it's not absolutely not the same what you hear on the live stream. It's a different state of mind when you are just opening something on your smartphone for 5 seconds and then doing your thing later.
It's just not the same thing as being in the space and hearing the sound in the room.
I don't think any device are advanced enough to capture that feelings of the live performance. Yeah, it's just so different.
This type of magic you cannot repeat just before a couple of mics.
It's something you cannot recreate at home in front of your laptop or your tablets.
Greg, they all seem to be of the same mind, that you can't possibly recreate live performance anywhere else but at a live performance, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, there's so much to delve into there, but first I just want to acknowledge the incredible work you've been doing, not only by engaging these talented young artists in these very thought-provoking conversations, but also doing the edit for all of these, which means that you are really getting into the nitty-gritty with each moment of their performances and trying to combine them with these beautiful words.
It's been a labor of love, and in this particular case, this just fits into our mission so deeply that it felt like a passion project.
Mm-hmm.
And to hear all of their brilliant, inspired, beautiful words about it just propelled me even further.
And you're not through yet. And you're not even through yet.
Nope.
But can we talk about, where that video ended about digital versus live? Because I think, you and I especially, we're passionate about both.
Absolutely.
And it was really interesting hearing Gen Z talk about that. The tension, but also the opportunities of both.
Absolutely, and I should be specific. Sometimes they were talking about the webcast. Sometimes they were actually talking about listening to streaming services. And there's a place for both. Sometimes you don't want to be. You want to be in solitude by yourself at home. But they all just live off of the magic of live performance. And they have so much joy in that moment. And I saw it last night. I watched the performances in the hall. Once again, it's a different sort of experience, and it's so profoundly electric to be there with the crowd in particular, and the bated breath as they were talking about.
And the bigger the crowd, the bateder the breath, right? I mean, it's the bigger the current that gets generated, I think, the bigger the crowd. I mean, if you have a pocket here and a pocket there, it's really hard to sort of establish that connection. But with a hall full of people, it just comes right at you. It's really something.
And I think this is why we're all here in this very moment, not only for the results, but to celebrate that magic.
Thank you so much, Greg Anderson, for all this hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Buddy and Liz.
Bravo.
Of course, we are broadcasting live for Bass Performance Hall, where we are awaiting the jury's vote and the awards ceremony starting in just a few minutes at 7 p.m. Central Time. Before we take you to the stage, let's take a moment to review some excellent moments from each of our 6 finalists. one of the most rigorous piano competitions in the world comes to a close. Tonight, we honor the artistry and determination of all the dedicated competitors by naming our newest medalists. This is the 17th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. The moment has arrived at last. Welcome. Glad you stayed. I'm Buddy Bray.
And I'm Elizabeth Joy Rowe. Good evening. As we gather at the close of this extraordinary celebration of music, our hearts are full with glorious music, with gratitude, and with inspiration. Over the course of these 18 days, we have heard so much more than pianistic brilliance. We have witnessed countless moments of bravery, revelation, and the ineffable magic that only music can encapsulate. To each pianist here, I am genuinely humbled by your vulnerability and your spirit. You came to Fort Worth not merely to compete, but to connect. And in doing so, you've lifted us all. As a fellow pianist, I thank you for reminding us that virtuosity is not just in the fingers, but in your honesty, intention, and generosity of expression. Thank you for offering us windows into your inner world and for so eloquently sharing your singular artistry and authenticity with us. Remember, what matters most as you move on after this experience are these very qualities, as well as the curiosity, empathy, and wisdom that you can unearth from art and life. To the Cliburn community at large, your commitment to artistry and humanity continues to be a beacon in the world. And to the audience, both present and around the world, thank you for listening with open minds and hearts. As we leave, may we carry this music within us. May its resonance serve as an eternal reminder that creativity, excellence, and truth are timeless pursuits. Our hero, Van Cliburn, would surely be moved by our collective passion and dedication. With deepest respect and admiration, thank you and bravo.
We all stand on Van Cliburn's shoulders, and those are some mighty big shoulders, right? This competition, of course, was established in the early 1960s to honor his signal achievement at the 1958 Tchaikovsky competition, and it was a signal achievement, a musical achievement, a diplomatic achievement. And his sensibility and his spirit permeate everything we do at the Cliburn today. I've been lucky enough to spend my whole career here in Fort Worth, and I therefore was lucky enough to be in Van's orbit at a impressionable time in my life. Van was a gracious presence, always, but more importantly, he was an encourager. He encouraged us, of course, with his time and with his resources, but also with his advice and his enthusiasm. And one of his favorite things to say at moments just like this was that there aren't even enough young pianists, not nearly enough ambassadors for this music we all love. So as we get ready to launch a few new careers tonight, we'll try to match his enthusiasm with optimism and care of our own. And we'll watch with pride as these new careers take flight. And we salute all the competitors. Thank you so much. We do have a few VIPs for you to meet first. Help us welcome to the stage Jeff King, the Cliburn's chairman of the board. Cliburn President and CEO Jacques Marquis. And 2025 Cliburn Jury Chair, pianist Paul Lewis.
And now, the jury of the 2025 Van Cliburn International Piano Competition. From Austria, Till Fellner. From Japan and the United States, Mari Kodama. From the United States, Anne-Marie McDermott. From Venezuela and the United States, Gabriela Montero.
From the United States, John Nakamatsu. From France, Lise de la Salle. From the United Kingdom, Yevgeny Sudbin. And from Chinese Taipei and the United States, Wu Han.
Before we get to tonight's presentations, we want to once more acknowledge this outstanding group of 6 finalists who have graced our stage this week.
Take a look at the screen.
The 6 pianists that we will be hearing in the final, I'm going to read the names out in random order. Angel Stanislav Wang.
You know, after a concert, after a competition, it's always very rewarding because it pays off this practicing and this hard work. And sometimes you practice and it's so inspirational, so it's always a different feeling when you approach the piano.
Carter Johnson.
I have to coach myself into reminding myself that it is about committing to the music, committing to sharing in the music what you want to show people, committing to involving yourself personally with the music.
Vitaly Starikov.
When I'm performing on stage, I'm trying to put myself in trance and kind of, you know, like meditation. But it's not meditation like you're just sleeping. It's very intensive, you know, very intensive meditation.
Evren Ozel.
In an ideal setting, when I get to a performance and, you know, I'm focused and I feel good, that's the bulk of what I can see. It's just this kind of roadmap in my brain of, I guess, a certain destination, a musical destination that I like to arrive at.
Aristo Sham.
I think it's important as an artist to really combine the two, really, the sort of intellect and emotional honesty and vulnerability. To me, I guess that's what makes an artist compelling. Developing either side makes the other richer.
and Philipp Lynov.
I have a great passion for music all my life, and I cannot imagine my life without this. So I cannot really detach music from my personality. And what we're experiencing here, it's somehow a kind of model of life itself.
Huge congratulations to you all, and we've all loved what you've shared with us.
Now, finalists, if you would please stand as a group so we could recognize you a little bit. Thanks. You can take your seats for now.
And now, please welcome Cliburn Chairman of the Board, Jeff King.
Thank you. Good evening. I bring greetings from the Board of Directors to you here in the hall, those of you outside in Sundance Plaza watching on the big screen, and all of you watching around the world. Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas, Piano Town, USA. We wish to express our profound gratitude to our esteemed jury, our conductor, Marin Alsop, the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra, our donors and sponsors, over 400 volunteers, and Jacques Marquis and his amazing staff, who have once again produced one of the most celebrated classical music events on the planet. Thank you. Before we're finished tonight, a few more observations about our namesake, please, and with these directed to our competitors. You all came to Fort Worth knowing the Van Cliburn story. His victory at the 1958 Tchaikovsky competition and the thaw in the Cold War brought about by the power and majesty of his music. Then the ticker tape parade, the gold and platinum records, the Grammy Awards, international accolades, influence, and celebrity. But Van Cliburn was much more than all that, and that's what I want you to know. He was a good man. He was warm and humble, loving and kind. As a boy, as early as he could be taught, he learned his manners, and then to respect others, and then the piano. His music earned him fame and celebrity and a well-deserved place on the world stage, but it was his purity of spirit and his capacity to love all people that endeared him to everybody he ever met, including presidents and premiers and prime ministers. His music opened the door, but it was love that ultimately commanded the respect and deference that made him one of the most important ambassadors for peace and goodwill the world has ever known. You 6 finalists, and in fact all our competitors, have such talent, a work ethic that most of us can only imagine. Whether you medal tonight or not, you will each find success, no doubt about it. And as you gain influence and accomplishment, may you also aspire to those qualities and values that defined Van Cliburn, even more than his talent or his fame. Our world needs that from you. Thank you for joining us here in Fort Worth. You leave with our love and best wishes and our deepest respect. Congratulations to each of you, and remember, you always have a home here in Fort Worth.
Now please welcome Cliburn President and CEO Jacques Marquis.
Jeff is a succinct man. He did in 20 seconds my thank you that I will take 5 minutes to do. Naturally, if we go back in time, 1962, the competition was built to launch careers, and Van, once again, loved sharing music with the largest audience. Now, 6 months ago, we received 340 applications, and I had 14 jury members who went through the 340 to get to 30 for the easy part. Easier. 3 weeks ago, our mayor named Fort Worth Piano Town for the duration of the competition. Thank you for that. We had also, thank you. We had also the 2 first rounds at TCU, a great partner of ours. And from the 2 first rounds, we had 28 candidates to go to 12. 2 weeks ago, we went to the semifinals here in Bass Hall, another great partner. And with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra, yes, great partner again, and Carlos Miguel Prieto. Yes, you can clap for the symphony and the chef. And naturally, all these artistic, what we put on the stage is because we have the support of so many people, but especially for the Mozart round, Anne and Bob Bass helped us, and for Carlos Miguel Prieto, Sasha and Ed Bass. Then thank you for those people who are giving us the opportunity of bringing the best in the world here in Fort Worth. 1 week ago, almost, final round, 6 candidates, and we got, welcome, Marin Alsop. And yes, you can clap for that one too. Marin is a busy lady. She had to fly right away after the concert, but we were so grateful to have her back this year. And thank you to Mercedes Bass for helping us to underwrite the presence of the fantastic Marin Alsop, who did a fantastic job with, once again, the symphony. I mentioned 3 weeks ago that we have 5 pillars with the Cliburn. TCU was one of them, Bass Hall, naturally, fantastic team here, and the volunteers. We had, after that, the Fort Worth Symphony, Steinway, all the pianos and the preparation, and the host families, the 30 host families receive a Steinway at home for the candidate. And no, you cannot keep it. And finally, the last partner, a new partner for us, is Sundance Square Plaza. And we're really happy, actually, after this, to welcome you there. And we started the simulcast on Sundance to thank Fort Worth of welcoming the world here, and to thank our fantastic volunteers and to share the music with a large audience. Do you see me coming to the core of this mission? And for Sundance Square, I would like to thank Sasha and Ed Bass, naturally, and the wonderful team, and we'll have fireworks tonight. Then, yes, for Sundance. That would be nice now. I'm almost done, guys, almost. Cliburn staff organizing this competition, we're like ducks. There's a lot of movement under it. Thank you to the wonderful staff and once again, the volunteers of the Cliburn. We could not do it without you. I kept naturally the dessert as the jury members. They listened over the last 3 weeks of around 55 hours of music. And when I say listen, they listen. They look at the scores and they are very attentive because they love music. They love the young musicians. Now they love the Cliburn. And also, we thought that jury members was not so fun as a title because, you know, judgment, jury. Then we call it now the fan club of the Cliburn. Thank you to the jury. Yes. Then, coming back to the mission 1962, launching careers, we'll have this privilege of working with 3 fantastic young pianists in the very soon, the upcoming week and weeks, and sharing classical music with the audience. Today we do that through, naturally, social media and webcast. And to this moment, we had 20 million views in 145 countries. Then, hello the world. Please welcome now the chairman of the jury, Paul Lewis.
Thank you very much. It's been the most overwhelmingly intense 3 weeks here in Fort Worth. And although the focus today is, of course, on our 6 incredible finalists, I'd just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge all 28 wonderful young musicians who have captivated and inspired us over the past weeks. Really. You know, that mind-boggling figure that Jacques just mentioned, 20 million views in 145 countries, that's not something you should say to someone who's just about to walk on stage. It's not particularly reassuring. And I have to say that the courage and the determination, the commitment and the passion that you've all shown under the most immense pressure, surrounded by microphones and cameras and unlimited pairs of ears. It's been nothing short of heroic and hugely inspiring to all of us who've heard every note of it. You have nothing but our full admiration for everything you've achieved here in Fort Worth. Many, many congratulations to each one of you. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra and conductors Carlos Miguel Prieto for the Mozart concertos and Marin Alsop for the final. This orchestra has played 17 different piano concertos over the past week, or slightly less than a week, at a moment's notice. And it really was a moment's notice, because I remember 6 days ago when we announced the finalists, Marin had just arrived, and only then she found out what she was going to be rehearsing at 10 a.m. the next morning. And it included, you know, some not so often played concertos, a couple of curveballs in there. And they've really done the most incredible job, and we're so thankful and appreciative for all your hard work, which has helped make this final as thrilling as it's been. So thank you to both conductors and the Fort Worth Symphony. There's another very important group of people who don't always get acknowledged, and they're the people who keep the pianos in shape, the piano technicians. It would be not unreasonable to say that these pianos have had a bit of a workout over the past 3 weeks. And the techs have done the most fantastic job in keeping the pianos in the best possible shape, also under stressful circumstances for them. And without their hard work, none of us could do what we do. So thank you to the techs for making our jobs a pleasure. And lastly, I just want to thank these 8 wonderful people sitting over there. You know, the life of a pianist doesn't easily lend itself to spending 3 weeks in the same place with the same people, but I really struggle to imagine 8 colleagues with whom I'd rather have shared this incredibly powerful and all-consuming experience. It's been a privilege and an honor to be here with you, and I'm really not looking forward one little bit to leaving for the airport tomorrow. I'm going to miss all of you very much. Thank you. So it's award time, and for more on that, I'm going to hand you back over to Liz and Buddy.
Very simple. If your name is called, please join us on stage to receive your certificate. First up is the Patricia and Neil Steffen Family Jury Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000.
The award goes to Alice Burler.
The Raymond E. Buck Jury Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000.
The award goes to Jonas Aumiller.
And the John Giordano Jury Chairman Discretionary Award with a cash prize of $4,000 made possible by an endowment gift from Mary D. and F. Howard Walsh.
The award goes to Mikhail Kambarov.
The Beverly Taylor Smith Award for the Best Performance of a New Work with a cash prize of $5,000 made possible by an endowment gift from the estate of Gordon William Smith.
The award goes to Youngray Tsai.
The award for the best performance of a Mozart concerto, it's a cash prize of $5,000.
The award goes to Evren Ozel.
The Carla and Kelly Thompson Audience Award was voted on by viewers around the world. It comes with a cash prize of $2,500.
The award goes to Aristo Sham.
And now for the medalists. As we call your name, please come on stage to receive your award and stay with us here on stage for the remainder of the announcements. First is the third prize, the bronze medal, it comes with a cash award of $25,000. Third prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management and U.S. concert tours, a live recording release on Platoon, and the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website.
The bronze medal goes to Evren Ozel.
And now the second prize. The silver medal comes with a cash award of $50,000. Second prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management and U.S. concert tours, a live recording release on Platoon, and the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website.
The silver medal goes to Vitaly Starikov.
And finally, the first prize, the Nancy Lee and Perry R. Bass Gold Medal, comes with a cash award of $100,000. First prize also includes 3 years of individualized career management, including U.S. and international concert tours, a live recording release on Platoon, the development of a promotional package that includes a press kit and website, and personalized performance attire provided by Neiman Marcus.
The Nancy Lee and Perry R. Bass Gold Medal for the 17th Van Cliburn International Piano Competition goes to Aristo Sham.
Sort of exciting to be present at the launch of several new careers, isn't it? If you're here with us at Bass Performance Hall, we invite you to join us immediately in Sundance Plaza, where I understand there are fireworks promised.
Yes, and I feel like the applause could have gone on for an eternity. Bravo again to all of the incredible pianists, to our medalists. And to all of you out there online, thank you so much for joining us. And to everybody, we'll see y'all in 2029. Thank you so much.
I stepped on your line.
No, it's okay.